There we go. Now we can start. You've been using Bayer Dynamics DT990s. I have a pair of 880s, which are nice enough. So something that doesn't show up on stream just yet, I'm currently testing out a pass-through and recording device for my controller inputs. If everything works well, nobody's going to be able to tell that I have anything plugged in, but I'm going to have... I'm actually getting malformed data right now, so I'm not going to actually have a recording of all the buttons that I've pressed, etc. But I will have a garbled mess that was a failed attempt at representing all of that after the end of the stream. The goal is, one, I haven't had a input device since I moved because my controller with the embedded input display device is still in the US. So that's coming back. We're going to get input display again. But on top of that, for runs that PB, I can also just publish a task, an input file that people could play back. And that could be interesting in a lot of ways. If something went very right or very wrong, loading up a replay in like BizHawk and figuring out, some way that I could have avoided it could be instructional. Also, being able to just walk through the entirety of the speedrun in an emulator. Like one of the primary ways that I look at improvement in a game like Go or chess or something like that is looking back at what I did and figuring out what I should have done differently. So hopefully this will give me some good tooling to be able to do the same thing. Trying to decide if buying a reset before we get to actual gameplay would be funny. It's not plugged in for the same reason as always. I think that I left it active. Sorry about that. However, if you buy a reset before we get to actual gameplay, I will physically reset the device, and you will get to laugh about it. Crochet, thank you very much for the good luck. You need to replace the softer cups. They're starting to fall apart. Yeah, cups are just one of those things where, especially pleather cups, just have a tendency to sort of eventually disintegrate. I think that the DT990s, much like the 880s, have velour cups. Yeah, the 990s are meant to be nice. My pair is in the States, but I do own a T1, Bayer Dynamic T1s, which my understanding is that they are relatively similar to the 990s in terms of their overall sound signature, just with slightly higher fidelity. Bougie? Yeah, no, listening to music is one of my main pastimes. It's one of my favorite hobbies. If you were to accuse me of having a rather bougie collection of headphones, I wouldn't be able to argue with you. Yeah, I have T1s, HD 800s, LCD 2 and 3s, several pairs of ZMFs. I like headphones. Fun fact, the Twitch app sometimes glitches. And now Mega Man X6 is haunting me. Oh no. No, I watched Smite playing that last night. I don't need Mega Man X6 haunting me. That's bad. Sear Sky, thank you very much for the good luck. Yeah, I think that's about right. He had 100 bad points just in unfair garbage in his rating. I know that he had more points in bad ideas. So yeah, it seems almost like the strength of the tunes, which, to be fair, the music was overall pretty strong in Mega Man X6. Seems like it doesn't make up for it, though, weirdly enough. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm not somebody who necessarily puts a ton of stock in follower count or anything like that, but if I'm creating the sort of environment that makes people want to stick around, that means a lot. You're watching the stream right now. He removed a bunch of points apparently because he got too mad. Oh, that's right. It was... The points were in bad ideas. Unfair Garbage only had 87 points. But hey, it had 7 slapping songs. Hell yeah. Honestly, at the point where he's rating Mega Man X6, Like, that's so far in the franchise that having any original ideas is legitimately very hard. Yeah, I enjoyed all the music that I heard on Smite's stream. X6 had good music. Capcom having good music in their games is extremely unsurprising. Yeah, we had a bunch of rain. It is currently cool enough for me to wear the T50s with the Ducati pads. I needed a change. Wearing the same pair of headphones for too long tends to make it easy to start missing nuance in the stuff that you're listening to. So even though these are warmer than my HD 660s, I'm gonna wear these for a good bit. I'm excited to hear the open back ones. Like, I've got the Odysseys, but none of my ZMFs are, I think, as open as the ones that you're sending me. Like, the Oris are ported, but it's still not as open as what you're sending. I wish I didn't leave my signs back in the States. I really want to test these against the signs. I think that these having bigger drivers are probably going to extend better. I think that the larger chamber is going to help a lot in terms of low frequency resonance. I'm curious how these this pair would compare against the signs in the mid-range. I expect the signs to be a little bit tighter up top. Although probably not much. Like, planar magnetics are generally speaking very well behaved. Yeah. Planar magnetic have really, really good high-end response for sure. Like, they just have good extension everywhere. Which makes it harder to have assumptions based off of driver size. But I think that my intuitions regarding the cup size is still going to probably hold true. You think it's interesting that I talk about missing nuance when you get used to a pair of headphones? So, all of the headphones that I'm talking about missing nuance in, they're not neutral. Like, I own a couple of pairs of fairly neutral headphones. And in that case, you want to hear the nuance in the recording. But with fairly colored headphones, you can definitely start getting used to that colored sound. And at that point, you once again start like really losing the nuances that are in the recording, in the mastering work. Baffles do a good job of making the planar, making a planar front ear canal. You'd think the cut size would still matter. Yeah, that's fair. Someday I'll ship all my shit from the US. Then I'll start being able to compare the modded headphones that you've sent me against all of the other pairs that I have. You put a lot of effort into natural sound, adding color based off of genre or usage. Yeah, exactly. And you do want that to be complemented by the audio hardware that it's going through. So, for example, if I was listening to like electronic music, which is going to have, you know, in general, a certain expected audio profile. If I were to listen to electronic music on one of my pairs of grottos, like if I listen to an infected mushroom on my RS1s. That's close. That's a late split. I might get a fake gold coming up. I don't care that much. Like, the RS1s are not going to be great for listening to Infected Mushroom. Like, they're going to sound good. It's high quality, you know, signal chain. It's going to sound fine. But it's going to emphasize and add color to frequency ranges that don't make sense for that genre. Comparatively, if I'm listening to Coltrane, the grottos are going to be great. They're going to sound just fantastic for that particular genre. I'm somehow unsurprised that Infected Mushroom published the tools that they use to make their particular sound, because they do have a fairly distinctive way of working with synths. There we go. All I have to do is fuck up my menuing, and now it's not going to matter that my split was late. What would infect a mushroom? I don't know. Protozoa, maybe? Yeah, bacteria. You love synthesizers, you've been dabbling with Caustic 3? Nifty. I've been playing around with V+VI Rack, which is to say I've been completely failing to make anything that sounds even remotely good on V+VI Rack. Because I don't understand even the first thing about analog synths. You wonder what the pirates are planning on doing in there? Drinking soda. Am I a Linux user? Yes. Oh yeah, it's super fun to noodle in V+VI Rack. It's extremely fun. As long as you don't have any expectations that you're going to make something that sounds good. Would I say that gameplay-wise, this game is pretty similar to Final Fantasy 1 and 3? I mean, the core gameplay loop is very similar. Like, ATB sets it apart from Final Fantasy 1 and 3 for sure. The job system is going to feel pretty comfortable to you if you enjoyed 3 a lot. But yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I would say through Final Fantasy VI, if you're playing a Final Fantasy, you're gonna feel at home. The core gameplay loop doesn't really change. That's true for 7 as well, and probably beyond that, but I can't speak as authoritatively there. But like up until 6 or through 6, it's 2D super deformed characters going on a big adventure. What distro? I use Arch. I used FreeBSD as my primary workstation for decades. And then about 8-ish years ago, 9, something like that, I played with Debian. I briefly went to Gentoo because I wanted to be really far upstream. I didn't enjoy having to rebuild the world as much as I did in Gentoo, so I played around with Arch, and I was pretty sold on that, since Arch lets me stay relatively far upstream, and in areas where I really care, I can just be 100% upstream. But it also just gives me a rolling release packaged distribution. Are they similar like the Pokemon games made so that somebody who played other mainline Pokemon games could easily learn another one? I think it's probably a little bit different from that. Just because each game does start introducing different mechanics. as of 4, we had ATB, the active time battle, which meant that it's not perfectly turn-based. You know, enemies act, you act, everybody gets to go once, and then you go to the next turn and all that. Like, the job system that exists in 3 and in 5 is a thing. Then there's materia management in 6. So, like, you do have some mechanics that start, you know, being played around with. But other than that, I'd say, yeah, probably it's similar enough. Could have installed Sid if I wanted to be up to date. I did. Now I'm trying to remember. So I used Debian. Then I ran into several dependency issues in terms of stuff not being up to date enough. And then it was... Is it Apticid is the one that had the Scorpion as its... as its mascot? I think it's Apticid. I'm pretty sure that's what I ended up running for a little bit. Sid is always the one that has the latest, greatest, and most broken. It's not, strictly speaking, true. It doesn't stay perfectly upstream. Not as far upstream as I want it to be. And at the time that I was using it, at least, I was still running into dependency version problems, so it was unfortunately insufficient for my use case at the time. Might be better now. Yeah, I heard that Ty found the prequel to Chess 2, the sequel to Chess. Alright, this is gonna be slow. That sucks. I wouldn't worry about it. Sildra's probably fine. true. This is Splits.Red. I'm living up to my name. Garbage. Natara, how's it going? I mean, I'm doing okay enough for me to want to do another 5+6 speedrun, so... Were they getting dry clothes? I mean, I think that the implication is that they're taking all their clothes off and drying them over the fire. As somebody who has previously had a gas-powered clothes dryer, I can tell you fire does, in fact, dry clothes. Terrible movement here. Probably lost 3 or 4 seconds in this section, just from bad movement. Where was Lina getting dry clothes in the save room with no fire? Well, there's a save point there, and save points are magic. I did say gas-powered, didn't I? Forgive me, I misspoke. But yeah, like, gas clothes dryers do exist. Sounds horribly unsafe. None of my clothes ever ended up burnt, so... I admit to not fully understanding how they work, other than that they work somehow with natural gas. Presumably combustion. Is this an American thing? Near as I can tell, it's a fairly old-fashioned thing that doesn't really get used much, except in very old places. You bought it brand new a few years ago. Okay, well then I was wrong about it being particularly old-fashioned. They're very energy efficient. While not having to run a heating element certainly would make it efficient, strictly speaking. That said, in terms of actual, like, carbon footprint, I wonder if they're actually better. Cost efficient, yeah, for sure. I am probably representative of a skewed sample set, having lived in Texas previously. In general, natural gas is something that, at least in Texas, is very cheap. If your plants are natural gas, then you probably went out because of transmission losses. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, SexRex, how's it going? Hey everyone, you should be following SexRex. The Warmack encounter rate is real bad. Sorry to hear that. I'm excitedly watching the Pixel Remaster speedrun scene. I really, really, really want the Pixel Remaster to be viable and good for speedrunning. That way I can do 1 through 6 back to back, like a very well-adjusted and healthy individual. Nice. It looks good, but the menuing seems awkward. Yeah, you know, so far I've only played the very beginning of 3. Just playing around with it, seeing if I can make RNG manipulation happen. I haven't opened it up in a debugger yet, but I'm pretty sure that when I do open it up in a debugger, I'm just going to see calls to the Windows SSL facilities, because those are available, and then you don't have to reinvent the wheel for randomness. But unfortunately, being cryptographically secure, That does also mean that RNG manipulation for the Pixel remasters is going to be just straight out. Which is a bummer. From what you're seeing, Final Fantasy I Pixel Remaster very well might be the fastest. I mean, we need some bugs for that to happen for sure. Imagine it being based on CPU uptime, so you have to reboot between runs. That's less likely. As the NetHack task shows, even when you have a strong PRNG, if you're seeding from something like system time, then you can still manipulate. You just have to set your clock exactly right. So I found it really interesting that in Final Fantasy I, diagonal movement is legal in areas where you can get encounters. In Final Fantasy III, it's not. Which suggests to me that the engines aren't the same, which is really interesting. Yeah, diagonal movement is a thing in the Pixel remasters. That's interesting. I was able to move diagonally in towns, but I was not being allowed to move diagonally in, that was bad. I was not allowed to move diagonally in dungeons. You did it all over the world map. I failed to do it in the world map. You. I wonder if wine is doing something weird. Obviously, I'm playing the games through wine currently. Yeah, maybe wine is throwing something off. All the asteroids crash into the land? They don't actually. There's a ton more asteroids that you don't know about. The pilots all drowned. It's tragic. Yeah, weirdly enough, all the pilots that crashed on land, they're fine. I mean, except for Galoof, who no longer remembers anything. But yeah, all joking aside, the implication is that any of the asteroids that crash, weirdly enough, all of them near crystals, the implication is that they're all piloted. They're some weird of interworld travel. Interdimensional travel? I guess it's interdimensional travel. Oh no. Your Final Fantasy 1 party is leveled up to level 65 from looking for war mechs so much. Yep, that's the war mech experience. Meanwhile, there was a blind race to the game yesterday, and one of the 4 people got a war mech. Unfortunate. Terrible. Awful menuing. Ridiculously bad. Embarrassing. Trash tier. Absolutely trash tier. Nene with the very kind backseat. I'm not saying anything about your friend. Unfortunately, your friend is fucking up menus real bad right now, is the thing. But thank you for the kind words. Wanted to use a 4 monk / master party for bestiary completion. Because it's just so easy to auto battle. Yeah, that's fair. I really need to fix my notes. I need to make them better. They're very easy to get lost in right now. In theory, that should make me better at memorizing them, but for whatever reason, it's not. My World 3 is just real rough, and then my Void is even worse. Okay. It's about to be very cross with that soldier. I know, he's gonna be dead soon, so I shouldn't be so mean, but... Pretty okay movement so far. Almost out of battery. Okay, thank you for hanging out. I hope that you had fun. We'll catch you around. Thanks for the good luck. That's interesting. Okay, then that means that there's almost certainly something going on playing the Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster under Wine that's preventing me from moving diagonally in a bunch of cases. Weird. Because, yeah, I can move diagonally in town, but I was not able to move diagonally on the world map or in any dungeons. Yeah, it's probably something going on with Wine. Amazing. Imagine getting a good Liquid Flame fight. What a world. Possible it's a controller as well. Yeah, that's true. Even within the X input standard, things report and are pulled by games differently depending on controller. In my case, it's an Elite 2 over USB, which has historically worked perfectly with games that run through Wine, especially under Proton. Doesn't mean that it's the case here. Could well be the controller. Yeah, the two controllers that I use are my Elite 2, which works great. And then I've also got a hitbox, which I use for fighting games, surprise, which is a Mayflash, which is in... I think it's in Xbox One emulation mode? It might be in PS4 emulation mode. I'm like 90% certain it's Xbox, though. You know, also, I was using the D-pad. It just occurred to me that using the joystick might have been the fix to this particular issue. Maybe I could move diagonally if I used the stick instead, but imagine playing a 2D game with a stick instead of a D-pad. Will I get out of Karnak Castle before the 1 hour mark? Vote now. No. I wasn't counting on a high push and drop. That was actually substantially less close than I thought it was going to be. Fair. I hope that worked. It worked. That should have been way worse than it was. I got very lucky. Is there a speedrun reason for Ferris in the front of the party, or do you just like her sprite? So whenever you are most likely to be targeting somebody with friendly actions, you want that person to be at the front of the party. Later on, we're going to be moving Lina to the front of the party because towards the end of the game, she's going to be the primary damage dealer. She'll be the person that we end up casting Dragon Power on primarily. But for right now, Ferris being at the front of the party is because Ferris is the most likely person that we'll end up targeting in battle. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, there's tons of just really small optimizations like that end up being on this run. It's really cool. So far, even though the input that it's capturing, or rather its interpretation of the input that it's capturing is garbage, I am pretty happy with the performance of my soon-to-be input display plus input recording device. I'm real excited about this project. If it weren't buried under a small mass of wires and also required currently for my controller to be detected by my SNES, I would lift it up and show. I'll show it off after the run. So far, like, no weird behavior in terms of, like, the Super Nintendo, no weird behavior in terms of my inputs being dropped. I do need to convince my business logic to actually interpret the data that I'm getting correctly, but that's on me. Eric's, thank you very much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Home Sweet Home is a really, really good track. Super, super good. Yeah, fair. Jeez, that's rough said. I feel like you've definitely got the 3 out of 64. Like, you've probably fought 64 enemies in Wormek's area by now. You should have killed Wormek 3 times. At least. No, I've only done some cursory looking, but there's no obvious way to manipulate RNG in the Pixel remasters. That doesn't mean that there's no way, it's just there's no obvious way. Yeah, 100% bestiary speedrunning is, it's definitely something that's only going to be for the brave and true. Glacier Wolf, how's it going? You are apparently still alive. Glad to hear that. bleeding time. Mellison, thank you very much for 37 months. That's incredibly kind of you. I'm doing pretty well. I slept a ton after my last 5+6 back-to-back speedrun. So, of course, the next day, the obvious course of action is for me to do it again. Was it successful? Yes, it was. No, you need to be red mage. Shoot. Thank you for the congrats. Yeah, anybody who bet on me finishing. They got paid out. Why is it fake? Because my channel points have literally no monetary value whatsoever. And as such, they are fake internet time money. Well, if you try and reset my game, I'm gonna disappoint you. When I'm doing combo speedruns like this, I don't have the cart plugged in. I usually disable that reward so people don't get confused, but in this case I forgot. Besides, I think that it's good for people to see that it exists. The last time that I did the speedrun, the back-to-back, the fact that it was gone made people think that I got rid of it. Like, I got upset or something because of it. And I don't want to give that impression. Like, I think that channel point reward is funny as hell. For me, the only big problem with it is that, I need to figure out how to make it, like, reset my Windows VM for when I'm doing Windows-based speedruns. You know, things like that. I need to make it more powerful, not less powerful, is what I'm saying. Setter Elvin, how's it going? Welcome in. Reset the VM, nothing. I need to make it power cycle the computer. Well, no, that would kick me offline. At the point where it just ends the stream, that's no longer funny. I can't imagine a channel point reward ever being made to end the stream. Resetting a speedrun can be funny and engaging for everybody present. Making me just cut stream, that's not fun for anybody who wanted to have a place to hang out and watch video games. That might have fixed it. It did. Perfect. Alright, everything's fine. It's not always possible to damage control when I mess up on the step route. I just got very lucky there. A lot of these door transitions are timed at a point where walking through the door, like right here, at that specific tile, like on that step, cancels a fight. Chop? No. You. This one's going to be hard mode. Yep, the extra steps for Archaeatus also cancels out a fight. You're up to level 71 now, 3 out of 4 at max HP. Yeah, your dice rolls are so bad. Here's the thing. You know how sometimes you're playing a game and you just get a bunch of natural ones, and that's actually good because now that dice is loaded. You've got a bunch of 20s that are just waiting to come out at this point. You wish probability worked like that? Yeah, I think everybody does. That would make life much nicer, I think. Those are crystals? Yeah, that makes sense. We were supposed to protect those, huh? That's unfortunate. Never had a D&D session where you rolled a bunch of natural ones without having to roll a bunch of natural 20s to make you feel better? With the sarcasm mark on that. Yeah, One of my favorite absolute fuck ups that I've ever done while playing an RPG. This was like a sort of RPG in a box dungeon crawly type thing, based off of, might have been Pathfinder, I forget. I had a power that I could use once per adventure, where I could just reroll a die. And I had an enemy that I was fighting that was like basically a guaranteed kill if I hit it. And I only needed like a relatively easy roll to hit. It was like 10 to hit or something like that. Basically a coin flip. I rolled a 1. And in my annoyance, I announced that I would use my only once per adventure power to re-roll this roll on the creature that was not a real threat, but had managed to persist for some time, and immediately confirmed the 1 roll. During your last campaign, you rolled a natural 1 so bad that the GM made you paranoid, looking for a serial killer that didn't exist. Oh wow, that's a powerful one. You rolled a 1 looking for clues on a serial killer, like 4 sessions later. Came to the conclusion that it was, in fact, an alter ego of yourself. Oh, wow. Oh, dear. Yep, that would indeed have been bad. Character who ended up being a lieutenant in the first layer of hell never found the serial killer. That's a wide range. I think that GMs that can manage that much range and presumably that much just rolling with it. I think that they make very good GMs. GM told you to mess with him as much as possible. You spent the last session throwing all of the furniture out of the house while your group killed a mimic. Very good. Just remember, the comfier the bed is, the the more hit points you get back from sleeping in it, the more likely it is that that's a mimic that you're standing on, near, sleeping on. There we go. That's the collection of words that I needed to say there. Technically green. I guess I can't complain too much about technically green. That's right, technically winning, the best kind of winning. There we go. We got to World 2. I can let people waste their fake internet time money betting on whether or not we're going to see Final Fantasy VI tonight. So to inform your bet here, I have to at least stay on the step route until the end of World 2 for us to be able to have a chance at seeing Final Fantasy VI. There's a couple points where RNG can try to ruin my day. It's mostly within my power, but I do have to play well. You're here to kill Warmech. It's not a want, it's an urge, a primal need. Fair. Yo, Senna, how's it going? Alright, still on step route, that's good. Jailbear. Oh, nice. Congratulations on beating Final Fantasy. The Pixel Remaster. How goes the Final Fantasy XI runs? Pretty well. Kariko, how's it going? Welcome in. Paris? Unfortunate. Just enjoying the best song in the game? Yeah, easily top 3. I don't know. I might rank X-Death above this. The X-Death fight also goes very hard. Thank you for the good luck, though. The underwater tune? I like the underwater tune. It's chill. I'm not sure that I would rank it above Battle of the Big Bridge, though. Is that wrong? That was wrong. No, that was right. That was almost certainly right. I haven't been punished, so it was probably correct. You're not that big into high energy songs? Like everybody likes Mega Man 2 Wily Castle and it's just not your favorite? That's fair. In terms of something like Big Bridge, though, I'm not sure that it's the high energy that really makes people like it. Like, Big Bridge is a song that's not afraid of composing with polyrhythms in a video game. That's uncommon and powerful. That's a song that's aimed at making music nerds happy. Yeah, so far I've only played Pixel Remaster of 3 at all. But the music in it is very, very good. Nice. That was a gold even with me missing the split. I stomped on the ground there. It didn't work for my splits application. I should probably look into that. Yeah, I haven't actually ever played the DS remake of 3. I've recently been given the understanding that apparently it just wasn't very well received, period. Did anything get remade twice? Final Fantasy I had GBA and PSP, which I believe were meaningfully different remakes. Final Fantasy IV had DS and GBA. Final Fantasy I had a PS1 re-release? I didn't know about that one. Final Fantasy Origins was Final Fantasy 1 and 2 for the PlayStation 1. Okay. Neat. I knew about the 4, 5, and 6 releases. Because I had, at that time, already played this fan translation of Final Fantasy V when 5 came out, and I was excited for it. And then I had a chance to play it a friend's house, and it's not the best translation I'd ever played. Matcha said, you finally killed Wormek. Congratulations. Chronicles was 4 and Chrono Trigger, I think, and then Anthology was 5 and 6. Got a preemptive strike against Wormek. See, you sacrificed in terms of time, but when it counted, you rolled a natural 20. Matafino, how's it going? So far my splits are pretty okay. Yeah, the loading times in the PlayStation 1 re-releases of the SNES games were pretty bad. It turns out that when you don't have enough RAM to fit an emulator and the ROM resident in memory, and you don't do anything interesting to make sure that you always have the important data that you need at hand, your performance suffers. Your wife has both Chrono Trigger and 6 for the SNES, so you don't have to worry about those. Nice. It is almost certainly, at least partially, due to nostalgia and rose-colored goggles, but I have a soft spot for the original releases of all of these RPGs. You're trying to find the full set of Final Fantasy V PS1 names coupled with their GBA and original fan translation counterparts. Yeah, that would be an interesting comparison. I'm going to try Tomato Adventure now that it finally got a fan translation. Is that related to the RPG? Because I thought that it had a fan translation already. Maybe I'm just not familiar with that particular game. 'Cause, 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 Oh, no, it's just another RPG, which is salad themed. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of Princess Tomato in the Salad Kingdom. That's apparently something completely different that I'd never heard of. Tomato Adventure is Alpha Dream before they made the Mario and Luigi RPGs. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's totally new to me. I'd never heard of it. Hey, that was pretty good. Surf Wizard, I literally never feel lucky. Yeah, that was an okay split. Yeah, I think a lot of people, last time that I did a combo speedrun, people have become a little bit more shy about gambling. It used to be that there was a guaranteed answer. Everybody could just vote no, and they'd all be right, and no money would change hands. You've been on vacation? Have I finished a double run? Yes, I have. But this one's not even asking if I'm going to complete the double run. This is just saying, hey, do you think that I'm going to finish Final Fantasy V and we'll get to see Final Fantasy VI tonight? That's all. Only 1 hour to your birthday? Dang. Happy birthday. You hope I get your birthday luck? No. I want you to get your birthday luck. I'm already super lucky. I get to hang out, play video games with some of the coolest people on Twitch. It's true. I can't not respect somebody's birthday wishes. That's right. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Mr. Cap. Speaking of some of the coolest people on Twitch, have you ever heard of Mr. Cab 55? He's a member of that group, the coolest people on Twitch. You haven't heard of Mr. Cab 55. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to head over to twitch.tv/MrCab55, MRCAB 55. And then you want to click the follow button if you're not already following. If you are following, you're allowed to click the follow button, but that'll make you not follow. So make sure that you re-click that button and stay following, because he's one of the coolest people on Twitch. It's true. Chilling, poking more at Panzer. Panzer's real wild. There's a bunch of possibilities for like minor routing differences, and even though I'm not actively grinding it, I am still super excited about Panzer Paladin just as a speedrun. I think that team made just a really, really engaging speed game. And I sincerely hope that it gets way more recognition. It deserves it. Gonna hop out of it? We'll Well, thanks for hanging out. I hope that you have a good time. Yeah, I think that it's a really interesting game in that as a casual player, you can just not engage with any of its mechanics. You know, obviously a few of them, but like the more in-depth mechanics that you can use to optimize the game. And you can still be extremely competent at the game. You can still do a really, really good job, beat the game, all that stuff. But instead of creating this layer that you have to engage with in order for it to be possible for you to have any success at the game, the Panzer Paladin team made a system that if you engage with it, you can make your gameplay better. Like, you can optimize the game in a really interesting way. I have often said that I don't think that designers should design games around speedrunning. And I think that Panzer Paladin does a really, really, really good job of demonstrating what I'm talking about. That's a game which is through and through clearly optimized for having a great casual experience. And as a result, it ends up being a really interestingly deep speedrun. As opposed to a game where the first thing that the designers think of is, well, how are we going to make this interesting to speedrunners? I know, let's just add a bunch of skips and ways to trivialize the game. They should have added battle on the big bridge. Now you're talking. Those items are in real bad shape. I didn't move up the Dragon Fangs either. Like, it's fine, but that sucks. You hope we get more Gragan Endwalker. So I don't play Final Fantasy XIV for well, it wouldn't be obvious reasons. I don't know how much you've lurked, but I get pretty bad motion sickness. So for that exact reason, I don't play Final Fantasy XIV. It's the sort of game that tends to give me motion sickness. My understanding is that Gilgamesh tends to be a pretty consistent foil throughout 14. So based on that, I'm going to guess that it is very likely that you'll get more of him in the upcoming expansion. Oh, he didn't show up in the last one. I see. They threw him in a warp between dimensions. Well, that's where he goes. Like, canonically, that's... At this point, that's Gilgamesh's home. Is in a warp between dimensions. So, I forget who it was who was asking why Ferris is in front. So, this is kind of why Ferris is in front at this point in the game. Karako, thank you very much for hanging out. I hope that you have some fantastic rest. It was you. Yes, okay, so yeah. For right now, the person who's going to be primarily getting buffed while we deal damage with Gil Toss in this part of the game. Gil Toss is basically, this game is pay to win. This game has major pay to win problems, so there's going to be a lot of Gil Toss. But so far, Ferris is going to be the person that I'm most likely going to target with Dragon Power, which is what you just saw. Samson's Might is another one that will be coming up soon. And those are going to be targeting Ferris. So when I go through the mix menu like that, it's going to auto-target Ferris, which just saves me a tiny amount of time each time. Time to grind for Iron Golem for your Bestiary 100%. Nice. I hope that you have better luck than you did with Warmech. Fifth encounter was an iron golem. Nice. Minamiya, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, so far I have liked what I've seen from the Pixel remasters. I have hunted a tiny bit for obvious RNG manipulation. So far, it looks like that's going to be a no-go, which is kind of a bummer. I haven't had it open under a debugger yet or anything, but based on the behavior that I've seen so far, I'm gonna guess that they're calling some OS facility for the for calls to the PRNG, which when you're building a video game under Windows, it makes perfect sense to. Like, it's already there, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It makes more sense than reinventing the wheel. But the speedrunner in me obviously would prefer to be able to trivially manipulate the games. But you like wheels? Reinventing them builds character? Yeah. It's really good Moogle luck there. No drops either. That's really good. How long does it take for people to puzzle out the optimal step route for a game like this? Oh gosh. There's so much to that question that I can't give you a real answer. But I can give you an idea of the sorts of things that go into routing a game like this. So this is a game that we can run on an emulator. We've got save states, which is really great for being able to try various stuff out. We have really good debuggers that we can use to watch memory, etc. We have a good understanding of the business logic of the game. Antidote. So we can start trying things out. In addition to being able to start trying things out, one thing that we're able to do is we're able to, by watching the way that the game behaves under a debugger, we can start reasoning about what areas have what encounters available to them, what determines the encounters, etc., etc. So the more we gain those sorts of understandings, the more we can start thinking about how do we go about routing this. With this game, to give you an idea, this game starts you with the same PRNG value every single time. So when you start a new game, you get the same PRNG value, which is great. It means that you can start working on consistent step routes. So now you start watching what the behavior is in terms of encounters, NPC movements, etc. Some of those are based on a RNG that you can manipulate. Some of them are harder to manipulate. Some of them are not manipulable. So to give you an idea, the amount of damage that I do in battle is going to be based off of a global frame counter. If I'm tassing, I have direct access to that. I can change what the frame counter is going to have. Like, that's something that a tasser has access to just because of the fact that a tasser can play this game frame by frame by frame. As a human, I've just got to roll with the punches, figure out how to adapt when the game throws me curveballs. But when it comes to where I get encounters and which encounters I get, that's based off of a PRNG that only updates based off of my movement in hostile zones. So that is something that I have perfect control over. Based on that, using save states and so on, there's a ton of work that has gone into this game. And, I mean, I have far from the world record. I want to make it very clear, this is not work that I did. This is work that tassers have done, that people who have studied this game previously have done. The tassing community for Final Fantasy, especially in Japan, is huge. There's a ton of people who've worked on all of this. There are glitches that, of course, are available only under a TAS, just because of the complexity and accuracy that you need the inputs to work with. But a lot of glitches and a lot of manipulations have been found to be human viable with various types of setups. And one of the things is, thanks to a bunch of Japanese tassers and Japanese RTAers, we've come up with what we currently believe to be the optimal step route through this game. It might not actually be the optimal step route. That's kind of the thing that needs to be said. Somebody might find something faster, but near as we can tell so far, based off of the work that's been done in a debugger and just frame by frame, based on the levels that we want to get, the enemies that we want to encounter because we need to steal from them or catch them or something like that. Right now, we think that this is probably the fastest step route through the game. And that's changed in the past. So, by no means is anything set in stone. But yeah, that was an incredibly circuitous way of maybe answering your question a little bit. Have I seen Fred Coughlin's Final Fantasy 1 stuff yet? No, I haven't. Back to Pixel Remasters. You joined Discord to share the font fix somebody else had already posted. Yeah, so that one's interesting. I suspect that replacing all of the half-width characters with full-width characters is probably going to have consequences in terms of like overflow, text overflow and stuff like that. That's a suspicion on my part. I'm not sure that I'm correct. Similar thing with step routes, but also frames being buffered. Yeah, so games where you can buffer inputs, that's just one more element of control that you have. The work that had been done to make the Dragon Warrior tasks human viable. It has a lot in common with that sort of thing. RPG Site said that they played through all 3 of the games with the full width characters and only encountered a few somewhat insignificant overflow instances. Nice. Yeah, I agree. I definitely prefer them aesthetically. Go. Escape. That was a really, really bad menu. Final attack. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, I have, I think, less of a problem with the UI, certainly than I did with the Chrono Trigger mobile UI. But it's important to remember that a lot of the problem with the Chrono Trigger port was that the graphics themselves were really poorly upscaled. Yeah, for the pixel remasters, I don't really love the way that the UI works, but I'm not as bent out of shape as a lot of the internet has been. Yeah, they were. I mean, smoothed is probably an overly kind way of putting what they did to the Chrono Trigger graphics. It was rough. They did a pretty rough job of that one. No. Focus, Revivify, right next to each other. Perfect. Perfect. Her level's too high. I did it one too many times. That sucks. How do I salvage this? If I don't hit a machine head, I should be fine. I just extremely need to not run into a machine head. Square dancing. Correct. Chocobos are horses? Yeah, that tracks. They lay eggs, so... That sucks. will people learn to stop sealing off horrible evils for future generations to deal with? That's, like, I get it. That's a good thought, but consider this. If it weren't for sealing off evil so that future generations had to deal with it, we wouldn't have video games. Is that really what you want? A world without video games? You want vocoder Chocobo? Well, if all goes according to plan, you're going to get vocoder Chocobo pretty soon here. You didn't think that Nintendo was the evil that we sealed off? No, Squaresoft was. Yo, Doobie, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Tina, we're gonna see if I can't manage to play 2 Final Fantasies today. Neither of them the last one. So far 5 is going okay. 6 probably won't. It'll be very funny. For all of you, not for me. For me, it'll be tragic. Tragedy is the highest form of comedy? Correct. You can't wait for the re-release of Final Fantasy 2. Ah. Welcome back with that set. Yeah, right now we're doing okay. My money situation is actually in a slightly scary position right now, but I'm going to do my best. Dolphin, how's it going? Yeah, video game money. Rude. Snake, please. Snake! Thank you. Dolphin, thank you very much for the good luck. Alright, Machine Headroom is scary. mummies. Paris does get black magic. Good job. Let's escape. Alright, cool, that's exactly 1. One extra step here. Alright. Yeah, that room doesn't matter for the step count. It's all about the dodges. No, robot room isn't counted. It's funny. Even though I speedrun this game, every time that I hear this song, I think, oh, I must have a Twitch tab open. All right. That was the last half step of the run, so now I just have to hold the step route for the rest of the run, and I'm good. Also, I have to not fuck up for the upcoming boss rush. Or make any other obvious mistakes. Yeah, gargoyles were actually probably gold. Mummies went okay, but my menuing was a little bit bad. But if it weren't for the fact that I had to skip gargoyles, they were probably gold. Now we get to see just how messed up my money routing is. I think we're good. Yeah, if you didn't have a thief in your party so that you could see the hidden passage, it would be easy to miss that shot. Stereo setup. Skip 9. Right. Red mage. Yep. Red mage. Ta-da. Oh dear. Why are you not hasted? I just lost a run. Still ahead. Very, very barely ahead. Lost so much time there. That was 8. That wasn't 4. I'm off step route now. I think. Yep, I'm off step route now. Can I escape? Yes. Does Ferris have escape? Yes, Ferris has escape. But I am off step route, and that's a problem. Alright, PB's dead. My fault. Okay, cool. I extremely need Kara to not be alive. Yeah, it's a perfectly fine kiss. I'm sure King Helicarnasso didn't mean anything weird by it. I mean, it's not like it's gonna turn us into a frog or something, right? Oh. Ah, very smart, yes. If it were a life spell, it would have been Phoenix Up. You're correct. Hey, extra steps, that's good. Where'd that frog go? Don't worry, they're still there. They are briefly human. By the power of cutscene magic. How did he know where the pirate hideout was? He's a tree. I mean, what more explanation do you need? X-Death is a tree. Someone must have towed him. God, that's very strong. I hope that you're proud of yourself with that one. Call the arborist? Hey, don't worry about that. We're good. We've got 3 tree experts and a dead princess right now. I hope so. Like, I have to not screw up for the villain to become X-Death. So we'll see. Knight. And it becomes a samurai. Dancer. Let's try. Rev and maintenance costs. Cool. Even with the mistake, still a PB. Not bad. Alright. So, that means that yes, we will. We will be seeing Final Fantasy VI today. I'm gonna let the credits play out. So, now's a good time to get a drink of water, stretch your legs, all those things. I will be back, I don't know, probably in like 5 minutes. Don't worry, there's plenty of credits. You've got lots of time. Imagine being the programmer responsible for this really cool transformation and final boss fight and then seeing the skip strat. I mean, so here's the thing. Back when this game was published, there was a lot of antagonism between people who played games and people who were in software. It sucked. Like, it was constantly this idea of, if your game isn't rock solid, if it has any sorts of bugs, any glitches, even any cheap strats, often it was not worth the money that people were paying for it. And that really fucking sucks. So back then, it probably would have been a blow to somebody's ego. I can say that nowadays, the experience that I've had interacting with developers, with game devs, when they see something like this, when they see that people have gotten interested enough in the games that they've created to start hunting out strats like this, like, in general, what I've seen is developers get really, really excited about that. That's super cool. Yeah, I've also seen, oh no, we let a bug through. But that's pretty rare nowadays. That's at least, comparatively speaking, it's rather rare. Remember the Stardew dev saying that he'd leave in exploits as long as they couldn't be harmful to the player? Yeah, exactly. I think that a lot of devs are starting to take that approach where if somebody finds a glitch and it's not something that you're going to accidentally do and ruin your casual experience, a lot of them nowadays will leave those glitches in place. And yeah, I mean, as somebody who just beat a game using glitches, obviously I think that it's a good philosophy. But I do think that it's a good philosophy. Alright, it is time to give a bunch of points to someone. Yeah, and I think that that's the important thing, is it just needs to not ruin the fun. How's it going, Coach Sleepy? All right, so fair warning to everybody. Whenever I do the combo runs, I have my stuff unplugged. If you try and reset my game right now, I'm gonna have to refund you the points because it won't work. But don't worry, my only rule about using the reset is if I'm not doing a combo run, then they're going to be enabled. So try and make them funny when you do them. I have them. I literally wrote software to do that. Like that's not something that, oh, I don't like that, but it came along with something else. I wrote the software that does that. I clearly am into the idea of, you know, people having fun, and that's a lot of pressure. I know, it is a tremendous amount of pressure. Comedic timing is very hard. That's true. Bad Road did threaten to do it right before we got into the gameplay of Final Fantasy V. And what I said is that I would absolutely reset the game, like, manually at that point, and we would all laugh about it. But that it would not be like normal where it resets whether I like it or not. That's how it normally works. Ease out. I'm glad that you enjoy the name of my channel points. Yeah, fake internet time money. I'm a fan of it. It's good. Your favorite part of it is still the fact that that means that Twitch has a how to earn fake internet time money button. Yeah, that's... I appreciate Twitch for accidentally making something that is truly hilarious. So I won't run a prediction on it, but discuss amongst yourselves. Do you think that we're going to finish Final Fantasy VI as well? I will remind you all that the Imperial Air Force are very good at ruining runs. Imperial Air Force will be kind? I hope so. That would be cool. Definitely gonna finish 6. That's a lot of faith. How did the step route go this time? I took 8 steps where I was supposed to take 4 while I was inside the void, so I dropped it there, which cost me probably about a minute-ish overall. And then I also super messed up the Caliphystery fight. Because I didn't even mess up that fight. I messed up equipping after, like right before the fight. I was supposed to optimize and then equip Mithril, and apparently I just assumed that I had optimized Lina for some reason, because I apparently don't know how to read, I guess. My brain filled in all of the gaps for the stuff that was supposed to be there. Hat's Face, thank you very much for the GG. Yes, so the fact that it's a green split up above means that it was a PB. If it wasn't a PB, that would be a red split. Which I really need to fix the way that subsequent splits, anything other than the first split, has a display bug because I'm not factoring in stoppage time in between runs currently. Thank you very much for the GG. So basically I'm on a hot streak and I'll coast right to the end of 6. That's a lot of faith that you're putting in me there. I appreciate it, but top 10? Nice. I'm happy for top 10. Top 10 in a no reset multi-speedrun thing? Hell yeah. The Air Force isn't even gonna show up? That sounds nice. Hey, amazing Tasser friends. It's really great that we can skip the Massa, but what about skipping the Imperial Air Force? Softlocks the credits, is that this version? I have no idea. $10 off world record? I'm actually starting to get close to the point where these are like respectable runs. That's not bad. Getting top 5 is going to be hard. I gotta cut 4 minutes from my time. Man, that sucks. That means I'm going to have to actually be good at the game. Somebody who enjoys low-level, no major glitches, the Air Force can bite you. Yeah, I believe that. What is low-level, no major glitches going at? Because I'm like 11 when I do the Imperial Air Force. Lowest possible was 7. Wow. Ah, natural magic game. Okay. Gotcha. So, no materia then. I said materia. Jesus, yeah, of course I meant magicite. Been watching a lot of Final Fantasy VII recently. Thank God nobody ever watches these speedruns all the way through to the end, otherwise somebody would have heard that. All right, I should be one encounter off of manipulation. No espers at all. No equipping elemental shields either because they teach magic. Oh man, that's rough. Can you equip like a fire shield onto Terra after she... I think she naturally learns Fire 3, right? I also assume that the elemental shields teach level 3. Since that's what they do when you break them. Yeah, Orbital is super, super broken. Well, not broken, but it's very good. Right, of course. She learns Fire 3 at level 43, which you're not going to reach in a low-level game. Of course. Yeah. Orbital would be game-breakingly broken if it weren't for the fact that everything else is more game-breakingly broken. Get a lot of good elemental resistance on Gal through non-teaching gear and rages. Oh yeah, that's true. Reverend Gumby, how's it going? My headphones are purple? I hope that's okay with you. Thank you very much for 41 months. Jeez, it's a long time. You dropped by to check out an extremely good stream? Are you in the correct place? So I think that what you're looking for is twitch.tv/authorpros. Easily one of the top 1 streams on Twitch. He does a ton of just fantastic, really varied content. Pretty recently, he started playing the new Ace Attorney game. You're too kind, friend. You just missed Final Fantasy V, unfortunately. Unless you've been hanging out, in which case you were here for Final Fantasy V. I did an okay job on it. 8th place now. I'm apparently roughly 4 minutes off of great job. No, definitely not world's record, although it's going to be much easier to get world's record in Final Fantasy V than it is in Final Fantasy VI. Which is not meant to slight the 5 runners, it's just that Dyne is actually a task. Alright, bad ATB to start. Bad damage roll. I'm still gonna go for it, but I'm probably gonna miss. Terrible damage roll. How's it going, Fat Swordsman? Yeah, PB, and with a botched Caliphisteri that I super screwed up. I was so, like, still in the Caliphisteri fight when I was supposed to take 4 extra steps. I took 8 extra steps immediately after that. Lost my step route, had to deal with no step route for the rest of the rest of the run. Still managed to get it though. Still gotten an okay PB. Yeah, definitely room to improve. My entire Void segment has tons and tons of room for me to improve now. Lots of golds, unfortunately. So that's a little bit of added pressure. Yeah, I've got like a minute and a half that I can get for free in the void now. Gotta say, turbo speedruns are really relaxing. I'm used to having to figure out like good times to do stretches and like, shake out my hand. You tried more Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster? Probably have to wait until somebody smarter figures out how to speedrun it. So it stands to reason that there's a bunch of strats that we have for the existing categories for PSP, GBA, NES. Like, those aren't going to carry over. But that's not quite the same as, like, oh, somebody smarter than me has to find it. It's just going to be different. And not having it be immediately obvious to you is not a... It's not a dumb thing. That's absolutely true. There are people who absolutely love glitch hunting and routing, and they don't... There's plenty of people who are just routers. They don't do speedruns. They're just glitch hunters. And they're superheroes. They are the unsung heroes of speedrunning. Just full stop. Yeah, there's definitely some crossover with the tasking community, especially in retro games. I think that the overlap there is a little bit less obvious in modern games, just because the tooling for tasking modern games is, well, it's on average not quite as robust as the tooling that we have for 20-plus-year-old software. You wonder if tasking will slowly start to move into neural network type solutions? I don't anticipate that happening. You're glad to see that it's not quite the same as the NES, PS1, or GBA versions. That means that we're going to get to see the speedruns evolve on their own. Yeah, that is something that I'm pretty happy about, to be sure. Can you request a reminder on how/why the weight tricking works? Yes. The next time that I'm going to be using it actively is during the Vargas fight, and I will talk you through it then. Specifically, you'll want to watch when I'm holding steal up without actually doing the menu to initiate stealing something. But the high level for right now is that weight tricking is holding open a menu which pauses the movement of the active time battle, the ATB bar. It pauses it for your characters and it pauses it for the enemy. So you want to hold open the menus and pause the ATB whenever you have animations happening where an enemy could be charging their ATB bar, but you would not be able to be. So, for example, let's say, like Terra is casting fire. Oops, good extra step. So Terra is casting fire. Terra is already at full ATB and is taking a turn. So she's doing some sort of animation. Everybody who has not yet filled up their turn is still charging their ATB bar. Now let's assume that the only character that we care about taking turns on our side is Terra. While she has her animation going on, I want to hold open a menu. And that's going to make it so that since Terra can't be charging, I don't want the enemy charging. Nikki, good morning. Thank you very much for the GG. attempting to run related to that or a different thing? That's a different thing. So attempting to run will pop up a little text box that says you can't run away in some fights. When that text box is up, enemies are not able to take actions. So you use that to delay while your ATB is refreshing. You use that to delay a potential action from, I forget the name, Marshall? I think that's Marshall. So you're delaying Marshall's turn, which might be Net, and Net might target Mog, preventing you from stealing Mog's gear. Does my movement in cities or other places with no enemies have an effect on step count? So the answer to that is no. In terms of the encounter route, that's not going to have anything to do with that. If you aren't in a hostile area, if you're not accumulating what we tend to refer to as threat, you're not going to mess up your step route. What I have been doing so far, though, is moving in a very particular way. Specifically because I want, first I wanted the Chancellor not to block me in the hallway going back up to Edgar. So the Chancellor stayed on the right-hand side of the hallway. That was perfect. Also coming up in South Figaro, there is there's a chance that I could be blocked by, by the old man, and I want to also not be blocked by him. And your movement in areas where the NPCs are pulling from the NPC movement PRNG, that's going to matter for those considerations. And then after Vargas, once I get to the Returner's Hideout, I'm actually going to be saving and resetting, which does a couple things. It advances the initial seed for both the NPC and encounter movement PRNGs. Specifically, I'll be advancing it by 15. And then on top of that, it'll set me up to only get 2 encounters on the Velvet. The Velt on the Leet River, excuse me. Gosh, it's almost like I've been streaming for the last several hours or something. Starting to feel just the tiniest bit fatigued, which means that I need to refocus and get my head back in it. Optimally, I'll be getting 5 encounters on the Velt, 3 on the way to Mobley's, and then 2 on the way to the Crescent Mountain. But Gao can ruin our time there. So that'll be real fun. Lurk Mode, Glaciable, thanks for hanging out. I definitely will be having fun. 32 degrees at midnight. Ugh. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's way, way, way too warm. Yesterday was a little bit nicer, but yeah, it's still been pretty darn warm here. Alright, I gotta get lucky here. I want everybody to kind of gang up on Locke and Edgar at this point. Perfect. Alright. It's not enough to put Locke into... critical. Locke actually can be killed here, but I don't care that much if he does get killed. Ooh. No Mirager, though. .24 right now, but high humidity. That's not great. It's 8 a.m. and I didn't actually look outside what it was, but it's meant to be close to 30 today. Slightly over, I believe. 63% heat index, 38. Ugh, that's disgusting. I hate that. As a reminder, my comfort, like my strike zone, the weather that I feel super comfortable in, is like between -5 and maybe +10. Soft lock here would be real cool. It's not going to happen, but it would be very cool. I'm still here. I'm just gonna blow my nose. Yeah, if you're not used to sub-freezing weather, then it can be absolutely miserable. So while, yeah, -8 does sound, to me, fairly pleasant, fairly comfortable. Oh no. Okay, that could have been much worse. Arkrantz, how's it going? Thank you for the good luck on my Final Fantasy XI speedrun. That's right, 5+6. Yeah, so far, things are going pretty okay. PB'd in Final Fantasy V. Who knows what'll happen in this game? We have Final Fantasy XI at home. The Final Fantasy XI at home. So far, I've had really good luck PBing in Final Fantasy V. But if I PB in Final Fantasy V, something terrible happens and I lose the Final Fantasy VI run. We'll see what happens. Save points are boring. You want save beacons? That does sound more interesting. Come on, give me some shades. Nice. Probably want to heal him. Does blind do anything in this game? Nope. Nope, it extremely does not. That's true, actually. Yeah. Blind does actually prevent Strago from learning lore. So, yeah, blind does function in its purpose of preventing blue magic. That's a good point. Okay. Egrets, thank you very much for 32 months. It's a terrible fight. This should be in the red, I believe. Not as bad as I anticipated. Not good. $32 is as many as 5 2s. I'm not sure that that's accurate. I mean, it definitely contains 5 2s. Hey, this sucks. I hate this. Ah, 5 perpendicular 2s, I see. Two to the power of 5. Numbers only have whatever power you give them. Numbers also get really big if you say them loudly. That's true. Axes only have power if you throw them. I've watched a fair amount of Dead by Daylight at this point, and I don't think that that's true. I'm I'm relatively certain, actually, that axes have power at all times. Wait, what? Yeah, I would have assumed that 7 factorial or 7 double exclamation point would be 7 factorial factorial. Yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with that particular notation. So is it just every second number otherwise behaves the same as a factorial? What would 8 double exclamation point be? Would it be 1, 3, 5, 7, 8? Or would it be 2, 4, 6, 8? I find it really amusing that people associate that particular notation with Discord. I've used IRC clients that will interpret that for you. It's 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. So it starts with 8, and then it subtracts 2 for the next number. What is Discord but an IRC server that won't let you leave channels? Yep. Rude. So 8 triple exclamation point is in fact 8 times 5 times 2. I'm curious what use these partial factorials have. Ah, okay. So it's the product of all the integers from 1 up to n that have the same parity as n. That does make it make sense. But I do remain confused. Like, what? I'm curious what purpose it serves. Notation like that tends to be something that's created because it's needed. Ah, okay, so it would end up coming into play in combinatorics because you might divide a factorial by some other factorial. Yeah, that makes sense. So used largely for enumeration. Okay. I love the echo on that flute, as it just immediately cuts when you walk into this room. It's very clear that the musician realized that now is a bad time. Now is the time for the band to fuck off. Want to act? This sucks. Double sucks. How's it going, Topaz Dragoon? Originally introduced to, in order to simplify the expression of certain trigonometric intervals that arise in the derivation of the Wallace product, with which I'm not familiar, unfortunately. Double factorials also arise in expressing the volume of a hypersphere. Interesting. And then applications in enumerative combinatorics. Winding down for the night. Nice. Might as well do it with some Final Fantasy VI. I will do my best to give you a comfy stream to which to wind down. getting really tired of these back attacks. It's time to heal. The Wallace product is a way to approximate pi with the product of fractions. It's entirely possible that I've been aware of that at some point. You love when the ghost starts to climb the ladder? I love when Shadow is standing outside the railing. Nice. So, the Super Nintendo does have layers, as was just mentioned. However, oh, this is bad. Shadow's the only person who's in, like, mortal danger, but... the movement is just a little bit different from Final Fantasy V. It's really throwing off my timing. Nice. It took 1.5 minutes for that emote to load. Oof, that's no good. That's true. It is a very heavy emote. Sabin has a lot of muscles. SNES has layers? Yes. So the SNES is an ogre? Yes, or an onion. One of those. Ooh, or a parfait, that's true. I haven't had a parfait in a long time. Next time I order groceries, I should get some yogurt and fruit and muesli. I should make a parfait. That's a good idea. Thank you for the good idea. It's fine. That's true. I don't think that it's particularly common to see somebody turn down a parfait. They're delicious. Come on. Oh no. Run's probably over here. Run's definitely over. This seems less than ideal. Yeah. Nope. That wasn't good enough. Alright. GG. What a dumb way to lose a run. Oh well. That was my fault. still, I PB'd in Final Fantasy V. Can't be upset about that. This is definitely one of the funniest ways that I've ever lost a run in Final Fantasy VI. I'm a little bit sad about that. What happened exactly? All right, so normally you fight Rhizopos. I was going for a skip where you use a retort glitch, which cuts that that fight early, because there's no script for dealing with having a physical and magical attack kill the last enemy on screen at the same time. Unfortunately, I screwed up. I messed up the timing, and as a result, I spawned Rhizopos. Rhizopos hit me with a bunch of magic, and then Rhizopos killed me. Extra dead. Yeah, Cyan didn't get killed right after I raised him. What happened was, Cyan got raised. The fish acted before my suplex went off, which meant that Cyan retorted, but the suplex never happened. And because of that, we ended up with the situation where Rhizopos was able to kill the party. Look, I'm very bad at video games. I keep on telling you all this. But hey, I got a PB in Final Fantasy V, so in case anybody wanted, to know how free it is to get 2nd place in Final Fantasy VI or 8th place in Final Fantasy V, look at how bad I am at this. It's real easy. Just play better than me. Done.